like a long time ago. Hare Krsna. Do you know that? Jaya Venerable Vaishnava, O ocean of mercy, be merciful unto your servant. Give me the shade of your lotus feet and purify me. I hold on to your lotus feet. Oh, you want to see? And say the next one.
Teach me to control my 6 passions, rectify my 6 faults, bestow upon me the 6 qualities, and offer unto me the 6 kinds of holy association.
I do not find the strength to carry on alone the sankirtan of the holy name of Hare. Please bless me by giving me just one drop of faith, with which to obtain the great pleasure of the holy name of Krishna.
Krishna is yours. You have the power to give him to me. I am simply your servant running behind you shouting, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna.
Thank you so much.
Sit like this. I was thinking that.
Like this.
Or here, like there. I was also thinking like because.
That's so quickly.
So you were saying? Ja, is heel goed, want jij luistert. Wasn't it this last song what she sang? Eh? Yeah, you're
The lotus feet of Sri Rupa Manjari are my real wealth. They are the object of my bhajan and puja, the treasure of my heart, and they are my ornaments and the very life of my life.
They are the reservoirs of all rasa for me, and the fulfillment of all my desires. They are the conclusion of the religion of the Vedas for me, and are the goal of all my vows, austerities, and the chanting of my mantra. They are the purpose of all my religious activities.
By the power of those feet, my activities will become favorable to devotion, spiritual perfection will be achieved, and with these two eyes, I will be able to actually see the exquisite beauty of Sri Rupa Manjari's divine feet will shine like the brilliant moon upon the lotus of my heart, both day and night, thus giving relief to my afflicted soul.
And my life is permanently miserable. O my Lord, please bestow your mercy upon me. Give me the shade of your lotus feet. Naratam Das, like shelter of you.
Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Govinda Hare Gopala Hare He Prabhu Dino Dayala Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Shri Shri Gauranitai. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur.
really focus on Jagannath, we are going to be chased to Jagannath after the dinners. But Jagannath's 50th anniversary this year. 50 years ago, installed by Srila Prabhupada in Amsterdam in July, end of July. So we should get a big festival. Yeah, for the festival team. Everybody said we wrote it down.
We put it down. Okay, I think we need to do a little bit more than that if we want a festival by July.
Gopinath comes back from England. So this is how Radha Gopinath arrived in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
All the way from Jaipur.
You want to stand
Stay.
and you want to hold it or?
No, I should better understand. It's easier than because I have my hands. And can we put more folder or not? We need those side things or there's something on the side. This. Oh, this because there's two files. There's two files. There's an installation file and there's an Amsterdam
You
file.
really just want this bigger.
Yeah. But then I might lose this one. This one is also.
You will be behind.
Oh,
You will be behind. So
Okay.
you make it smaller and then click on the next file.
Okay.
Should be.
Like
So this actually says.
I thought yours was back. There on the green, yeah, that one. The green button.
This is something else. No, this.
Oh, this is the first page.
like
12
that is
pictures.
Moses. Under, go down. Fit to screen.
Yes, it was the.
Strange. And I can't even move it.
She said go to slideshow. She said go to view and then go to slideshow.
Can I close it? So these are the ones you want to.
Yeah, these are first and then the second one is there next to it.
I don't know what this
So she said go to view. Is it view there on the top line? More?
Higher.
Yes, and then you go to slideshow. Slideshow down there. Okay. Yeah. 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 And then
Where is this from? Like if I take this
Technische storing.
this one you want.
this is the Amsterdam, so I want the other one with the 12 pictures. And otherwise we just talk. Yeah, that's what she said. Select all, I recognize it. So meanwhile, maybe it's interesting that because Malati, she was after they helped to install Radha Gokulananda in England, in Bhaktivedanta Manor. Those were the Pandal deities of Delhi, and Malati had brought them to England. And then after Malati came to stay in Amsterdam for a bit, and she started the first traveling girl Sankirtan party. So there was the girls, the man Tulsidas. When I joined, it was Tulsidas, the temple president, and he started the men traveling Sankirtan parties, and they had vans and everything. And then so she started. After that, when she arrived, she started the girl Sankirtan party, and at one point she decided to collect for getting a Hare Krsna deities in Amsterdam. So what happened is she collected for 3 weeks. 3 weeks she was been collecting, and after that she bought tickets. It was Rukmini, Priya, and another Gunamai. They were collecting. Maybe start again with the stick. It's all on the stick.
I think it's something, yeah, it's not just
It's a MacBook, so let's use the MacBook.
So,
You try at home?
yeah, it worked. It worked when I left.
Click here.
We saw Gopinath there, right? Otherwise, we'll do without pictures. It was all quite. Somehow, spontaneously, I realized it was 45 years ago that Radha Gopinath was installed. 22.
Where did she give this? This is from.
It's on the stick.
So
on
the
the-
stick is which one? Intenso?
Intenso, yeah.
Let's try again. And this is in installation.
Yeah, installation.
And then it's like.
Amsterdam.
It's all of these. It's not all pictures. There's many things that scan.
It can't be two. It can't be those dates. It has to be today she put them on.
Does anyone use Macs? Anyone have
She
a
went
Mac?
to get her.
Yeah, I like, but this one, this part, I don't know.
Ah, this is it. This is the beginning of the slideshow. Yeah, yeah, this is it.
So do you have to do the same in the next one?
Yeah, I just press,
Pause.
right?
No, it won't move unless you push on.
Yeah, that's the idea. It's best. Yeah. So when she, thank you.
Do you know how to do the next one?
We'll figure it out.
So those you go again, like what was it again?
Intenso and finally.
The other Amsterdam, then you select, then you go on view.
And then, yeah,
It should give the options
and the slideshow. Okay, so is this readable? No, we can't see bigger than this, no. But I have the original here, so we can pass it along. All right, yeah, I'll manage. Thank you. Okay, so I mean the slides are nice because it helps a little bit to see what's happening. So after she collected for the and she went to India and she went to Jaipur. There she found Radha Gopinath in Jaipur, the deities. And she was together with the head pujari at the time of Bombay, Naradamananda. And they brought So he found Radharani and she found Gopinath. And they both fell in love, one with Gopinath and the other was Radharani, but they were in different shops. So they were not a pair, actually. So Radharani, she's married to Abhimanyu, actually. And Gopinath, he was in another shop. So in that sense. And also so she brought also gopis, but at that time that was actually not done yet. Gopis in the West. The only place there was gopis was in Vrindavan. But she found little gopis to go with Radharani. And she found a deity of Srila Prabhupada also in Jaipur. So she brought all those deities, plus paraphernalia to make outfits, sequins, cloth, everything you could think of, crowns, jewelry, everything. Within these 3 weeks of collecting, I thought they must have really done well. But that was her strong point, Malati. Even for the Bhaktivedanta Manor, they didn't have any money. They had the Bhaktivedanta Manor for free, basically, and there was no money to maintain it. And they would go in the evenings, they would go to the pubs, the girls, they would go to the pubs and collect with a can. Yeah. And then the brahmacharis, they found out about this and they didn't think it was very nice and very chaste for the girls to do this. And they locked the doors in the evening. But then they were already out, so they had to climb through the window to get back in. And then when Prabhupada heard about this, he told the men that they should actually be very grateful that these girls are taking these risks to maintain the deities. And Prabhupada kind of more or less approved that they were doing this. I mean, I was thinking about that verse we were reading on Sunday, that the gopis, they gave up everything, family life, and they just went for Gopinath. So Malati and her consorts, they were doing the same. So anyway, so she went to India, they brought the deities back to Amsterdam, and at that time Bhagavan was in charge, and Lochanananda. So they were very surprised because she had no instruction to do this. But because she was the wife of Shamasundar, and basically he was the GBC of England, so more or less she felt she didn't really need any authority or above. But they asked Srila Prabhupada for the installation, and Srila Prabhupada said she should have never done this. She had no permission, no one knew anything about it. He said she should have known better. So everybody was upset, and the deities went in the cupboard. We didn't have enough brahmanas, but then Brahma Devi, she was there also. She was at the time the seamstress, and so we secretly started sewing for the deities, first making patterns, and the deities were in the brahmachari ashram cupboard. So we would have to wait for the brahmacharis to go on Sankirtan, Harinam, in the afternoon, and it was the same cupboard as the Mahaprashan was kept. Mahaprashan was also kept in that same cupboard, so everybody had a key or knew how to open that cupboard. So we opened the cupboard and we made the patterns and we started sewing. And when there's 3 outfits done, then apparently that's the standard that you can install the deities. But we had just made Radha Gopinath because they said, okay, if we install the deities, we would only do Radha Gopinath and not the gopis because it wasn't proper. So when Ramadevi, at that time, she was married to Parivida. And they said, well, she wanted to get married to Parivida. And they said, well, if you let us get married, then we will promise to take care of the deities. So that was the arrangement. And then the installation was decided. They asked Srila Prabhupada for permission, and he gave his permission. The letter was written the 5th of January, and it says here 76, but it is 77, because it was just the 5th of January, so it was a typo here in this letter, because it's written December Please accept my blessings. I am in due receipt of your letter dated December 31, 1976. So that means the date of the letter is January 5th in 77. It's a typing mistake. And have noted the contents carefully. Your deities shall be named Radha Gopinath. Your report is very encouraging about book printing. The more we distribute books, our mission becomes solidified. Yes, we should always remember following the regulated principles and reading our books that will give us spiritual strength. Upon your recommendation, I am pleased to accept as my initiated disciples. First initiation, Mr. Claude Norway, it's Kleshapa. Somebody remembers Kleshapa?
Yes.
Yeah? Then Eugenia, Georgia, Marutwati. Second initiation, Jaigopal, Gyanaraj, Aharda, and now hold a fire sacrifice and instruct the devotees to follow strictly the regulated principles and always chant minimum of 16 rounds. Let Bhagavan Das chant on their beads. Play the tape of my chanting Gayatri into the right ear of the second initiates and teach them how to count on their finger divisions. Hoping this will meet you in good health. A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Yeah, so this is the beginning. We got the permission. Then Lochanananda, who's the temple president at the time, and who asked for the permission, when he received this letter, and he was really good at kirtan, so he would sing. And the whole evening kirtan, he would sing, Radha Govinda, Radha Govinda, Radhe, Radha Govinda. So we thought, oh, it must be Govinda. But the next day, he would say, Radha Madhava Radha. We thought, oh, maybe it's Madhava. So like this for a whole week. And only at the installation date, we heard the actual name that Prabhupada had given. So he was really teasing us. And of course it makes complete sense. But then it was 3 days before they decided that actually because Radha Gopinath is, the name was given Radha Gopinath, he should have his gopis also. So then they decided to install the gopis. And we had to go and like anything, start making clothes for them. So we had the gopis for a long time. They had a white, a silver blouse and a gold blouse. And then they would have a yellow skirt and a blue skirt and a gold veil and a silver. So more or less all the colors, and then they would kind of match like that. Because we didn't have time to make the matching outfit. And just recently I learned something. I was reading the deity book of Yamuna, because Yamuna at that time, she was in England a lot, and she was the standard of deity worship. And they were making outfits for their deities, and we would follow their example. And I remember Ramadevi would make a Lalit Prasad outfit. And I thought it was, until now, I thought it was a name of a design, a special design for the outfits, with big sequins and on satin, because in those days we didn't use silk, we used satin. It's very nice and shiny, but now we use silk because it's more natural. Then, but now I found out that the reason why it was called Lalit Prasad, because that outfit in India, the first outfit that Yamuna made for the deities in India, was made by Lalit Prasad. And I remember, now I know who it was, but somehow I always thought it was the name of a design. So here we have, oh no, this is a different, oh, it's my first husband there. This is an initiation going on.
Sorry, probably the second.
Huh?
Is there no jacket in the middle?
Yeah, that could be. And yeah. Okay, so this is Chota Radha Gopinath. They belonged to a Grihastha couple called, she was called Ugrasena, and he was called Bidan Chandra. They are both passed on meanwhile, and they had Radha and Krishna deities as in their home deities. Of course, we didn't have a home in those days, but they had deities. And we didn't have Chota. She brought all the deities, but she didn't have a Chota. And we needed a Chota Radha Gopinath to be installed, because all the bathing would go through the small deities. So they asked them to borrow their deities for the installation. And so they did. And here they are, and it's quite appropriate. The first outfit they were installed with was white, with booties, all that, and today also deities are wearing white, so that's nice. And here is this is another Vaiyagya. This is Nikunja there, in her blue sari, very enthusiastic, I see. Like always, right? This is Lochanananda. He is installing our Srila Prabhupada, and so that was Vyasa Puja day. I think last Vyasa Puja or the appearance, we've been listening to Lochanananda Prabhu's memories, and he was talking about the Srila Prabhupada deity. That Prabhupada said the deity, they only need to be, they asked permission of Srila Prabhupada what should be the standard for the worship of Srila Prabhupada, and he said just you change only when the cloth is crumpled. But actually this deity came from Jaipur because Prabhupada didn't like it so much, so he had told them to send it back and make a new one. So again, devotees were upset with Malati that she actually brought the deity all the way to Amsterdam. He needed his own ticket because it was so heavy. So coming from Jaipur, he had his own ticket, his own seat. Okay, so here's Radha Gopinath before the installation. And you see how his hue is a bit bluish. It was a bit bluish. And some devotees, they say, oh, you should never change the deities. But it's not up to us sometimes, because time changes things. And things go, they change. And paint was very, very light, so just by serving them little by little, we had to change a little bit every now and then. So here's the installation. Jayatirtha Prabhu, still there. Prabhu, not sannyas yet. Gopis are right there with them. Cows also. And Bhagavan. And then Narottam-Nanda, he was there. He was the main pujari in those days. He knew all the different... And the little book, the Upadesham, what's it called? Archanapaditi, the first deity worship book, had just come out, and it wasn't even printed yet. They had just little photocopies, and they were using those, so it went a little bit, it wasn't so smooth. They would read, and they would do, and then they would read again, and say, okay, and then do next. And like this, it was a little bit not as fluid. Here's another, there's Parivida on the top there with his black hair, Lochanananda. And they look very elegant, I find, with their gamshas on. Gopis also. And you see the puja is being done through the small deities. This is Gopinath on his installation day after he's being dressed. And this was, sorry for the fault, but it was a paper of the page of the panorama. So the panorama interviewers, they came and they made pictures of Radha Gopinath and Srimati Radharani on the bottom during the installation and after they were dressed. Looking very kind.
Majestic, huh?
Yeah. And at the same time dreamy. And you see that and in those days we had the fashion of showing a lot of hair. Srimati Radhadesh has a lot of hair. And plumes.
From the 60s, no?
Yeah.
60s.
The hippie. Also the backdrop, for example, she also brought it from Jaipur, and they're actually horse blankets. Because they have this kind of an arch, and they hang them over the horses when the horses go for a festival. So that was the first backdrop. And all the outfits are handmade. Some with all these little things have to be sewn on. We would spend. Okay, so it's going to be a bit mixed. I notice all these pictures. Everybody's so young. Sometimes when I see like this, I say, no wonder they had problems sometimes, because everybody was so young and enthusiastic, but maybe not always so mature. Hayeshwara there in the back, right? That's with the yellow kurta is Narottammananda, Bhagavan, Ranadumudar, Mahavidya, and Mathura. And we decorated everything nicely.
It's very small and for
Yeah. So this is this is the Lalit Prasad outfit. With the little borders all connected. So it's a little. Yeah, we saw this one already. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I was thinking. Also, what I brought is the shoes of Radha Gopinath, the original shoes that they were installed with. I put them on the altar later. If we have time, we can maybe take them on our heads and take their mercy. Because we get new ones. I think this is the third set, as far as I remember. This one, and then there was a silver one. Now they have gold ones. So it's nice to get new ones. Like we do. Get new shoes every now and then. So what happened to our deity here? It's a pity because what?
It was so good.
Yeah, and he was chubby also. But then we had an accident, so we had to replace them. And then we found out that Srila Prabhupada had advised not to take marble because Gopinath, he's marble. And so they can break very easily if you move them regularly. So we had to replace him. Radharani is still the same, but Gopinath was replaced by a younger version. From the I found the younger version. He looks very happy, no? So, as we know, Krishna is non-different from his. So there's only one Krishna, and he shows himself in different forms. So that's why I was asking a little bit. Maybe you have some questions to guide a little bit the conversation, so I know what you would like to know, and I could respond if someone has any questions. Meanwhile, who's good with the computer? Because there's many more pictures that. Yeah. And
Shall I look for him?
no, because he has a birthday, or you can look. No?
I can try.
Yeah. Try something. He said what to do, but I forgot.
How many devotees were there in Kunja permanently living around this?
In Amsterdam.
Or Amsterdam,
Right.
sorry, yeah.
So we had a Grihasta house, and we had about 2. Yeah, this up there. Oh, here.
It's not touchscreen.
Oh. Let's see what this is. Oh, I don't know. So we had maybe I always have a feeling that we always have the same amount of devotees. Of course, there was the Sankirtan devotees, they would go out, they wouldn't live in the temple, only in the weekends, or not every weekend even. And then we had the Grihastas, maybe 10 couples. We had one in the cellar, one in every floor of the building. In the Keizersgracht. Keizersgracht was the Grihasta house that we had bought, and the Heregracht was a rented place. It was a hat shop first, and it was also many floors. So we have the Brahmacharya ashram up and the Brahmacharini ashram. So maybe 50 devotees. And the most devotees do go on Sankirtan. Then they have the Sankirtan houses in Antwerp. Antwerp, there was a center in Antwerp, and there was some different places that they would stay.
So that was in 77, and then we bought Radhadesh, what year?
80.
80.
So it's 79. Because the reason why they had to move from Amsterdam is in the Heregracht, because it was the prices were going higher and higher, rent was going higher and higher, and the whole building was falling apart. The floors, we couldn't sing. We couldn't sing because it's very funny, in Amsterdam you can make noise all day long, all night long, until 4 o'clock. Then from 4 till 8 or something, everything has to be quiet. Because we had a bar next door, kind of a student club, and they closed exactly the time that we opened for Mangalarti. So they could make as much noise as they want, but as soon as we start singing, somehow or other the police were always coming at the door to tell us to be quiet. So typical Amsterdam.
What is night for the self and
Yes.
it's day for the tourists.
Yeah. Very special. And then at the same time also we couldn't dance anymore at one point because the floor was caving in. And we had the restaurant, Govinda's restaurant, on the bottom of the first floor, say. That was the Govinda's restaurant. So when the guests in the evening, 7 o'clock Aarti, they would be sitting eating, then the chandeliers above them, they would start to swing. So it was kind of dangerous that they could fall in their place. So Krishna really wanted to move. And they were looking all over in Holland to find a place. They found some monasteries, which they found a bit too depressing or too expensive. They couldn't find the right place. And then they started going to Belgium, because there was a lot of book distribution going on in Belgium especially. And then Vimukta Sangha, who was the temple president at the time, there he is. Vimukta Sangha is the loudspeaker. And his son, Nimai Chaitanya, Krishna Chaitanya. So he was, they were driving around, and then they found a castle, and the little boy, he said to his father, "Oh, why don't you buy this one?" And so they just thought, well, why not? So let's go try and see what.
To view.
They decided to go and inquire, and that is Govinda, the little head there.
Slideshow.
Oh yeah, slideshow. Yeah. This is on the bridge. Then you see the bridge on the way, the canal, and then over the bridge, then the temple is there. And Mirdani is there, and there's me in the back with Rupa Manjari in the pushchair. Navaswati is there. So he said, "Oh, Papa, buy this one. Pita, buy this one." And they went to check, and it was for sale. And the owner of the castle was actually looking for an alternative group to sell it to, not just. And apparently the British government, the Brussels government wanted to also buy this place, and they would offer double the amount. And this man, he decided to sell it to us for a really good price. I forget the numbers, but it was a really good price. So that's how we ended up in Radhadesh. And we moved here in February 1980. But then back in so that's another question, maybe. Because I was thinking also, because we have memories of Radha Gopinath. I don't know. This morning I felt so grateful. Installation. And she just put it up now, so it should be on this date. And this morning when I was realizing that actually for 45 years Radha Gopinath had been giving their mercy to us, and it's like I felt so grateful that I'm still able to be here and sing and dance for their pleasure. It's quite special because I remember Krishna Kshetra Maharaj, he was saying that it's actually the deity worship that has been maintaining ISKCON all through these turbulent times. I don't know if it's how it is for you, but I remember when I joined ISKCON and joined Krishna consciousness, I was thinking, my path is clear. I know what I want to do, and this is what I want to do, and I just go straight. I know my 4 the 16 rounds, and I just go do devotional service. But then when life takes over, you realize things happen, obstacles come on your path, so many things happen in life that this conviction gets tested. So that's why I was feeling very grateful this morning. And Maharaj, he was mentioning that actually because the deity worship has been going on very steadily in ISKCON, even though book distribution was tested, other programs that have been going on in ISKCON, they were tested and they started and dwindled and started again. The deity worship has gone on steadily, and that's why we're all able to be here still, serving Sri Sri Radha Gopinath and having their darshan every day for all these years. And you can just imagine Sri Sri Radha Gopinath, they have been waking up every morning for 45 years, exactly at what is it, 4:45. 4:45, they wake up, they have their teeth brushed, and they have their milk sweets, and then 4:30, there's Mangalarti, every single day for 45 years. And this is a program that no one can do on their own. This has to be done with a combined effort. And I find that such an example of a Sankirtan movement. Sankirtan is mean you do the kirtan together. And kirtan is not just singing or book distribution or only puja. It's that the whole machine is running because all the little screws in that machine are working together. So even I find in the morning when we dress Radha Gopinath, for example, if there would be no garland, sometimes it happens, garland is misplaced or not done or forgotten or and then immediately things start to shake. So it's very important, every single little detail is there. What about the sweets? Even you forget the code of the door. If you forget the code of the door, everything stops. No.
It's complete anxiety. You come there at 3:30.
So it's very, very important then all these things, that we do these things together, because Krishna, he eats 6 times a day, 7 times a day, and he needs to be cooked. The offerings, the artis, the cleaning, the garlands, everything has to be going on. And it has been going on all these 45 years. It's quite very amazing.
I'm struggling.
Yeah, just close it because it's disturbing you.
Maybe you can tell her, we discuss it in the morning, the prayer that you say in the morning when you get to the place.
Oh yeah.
It's so beautiful, and I think it's a nice
I
meditation.
have it downstairs. But, so, in the morning we have a special prayer before we wake the deities. We ring the little bell, and we ask Krishna, Krishna, you are so omnipotent and all merciful, and please offer me your glance, open your eyes and offer me your glance, and remove our dejection by giving us direction. I thought it's very significant how we every morning again Gopinath is opening his eyes for us and giving us direction to remove our dejection in this age of Kali. It was too late to prepare it, didn't. I'm sorry. It looked quite simple. Dejection is
Dejection is als je te neergeslagen bent.
yeah.
Feel dejected.
Can I ask?
Yes, please.
I was wondering, how would you describe the change, or if there is a change of the mood in Radhadesh from when you first came here up until now?
Okay. Yeah, I find and it's all over ISKCON a little bit like this, mood change when the projects get bigger. When we were all in Amsterdam together, first of all, everybody was living in the temple. There was no grihastas outside. You didn't live outside. You live outside, you're on the fringe, so-called. Or if you're just not a devotee, you live in the temple. If you're a devotee, you live in the temple. So I remember in my Grihastha ashram we had one room, because if you're married you could live together, but that was one room, and you'd leave it in the morning at 4:30 to go to Mangalarti, and you would come back at 10 o'clock at night. So it wasn't really just a place to sleep. And it wasn't much more than that anyway. I remember the first Grihastha ashram I had was a incense factory, and we had hung some madras curtains, and they were the size of 2 sleeping bags. And that was the Grihastha ashram. But of course when we had children, I remember me and my friend, we had the children together, so we would be a little bit more at home, but mostly in the temple. We go to the arti in the morning, and evening we just pack our children, drop them in the temple room, they continue sleeping there. So it was more of a family situation, and everybody was taking prasadam in the temple. We'd never eat anything outside. In the Keizersgracht there was a bakery next door, and he would get up the same time as us to do his bread, and you could smell the stuff. It was like sinful. Don't smell this smell.
You know the name of the bakery?
I don't know.
Um,
You know it?
yeah, I know.
Oh,
His brother is also a baker in my hometown.
really?
Holtkamp. He's called Holtkamp.
Wow. And he was living next to he was on the corner, right?
Yeah.
And we were next.
I think he's still there.
His son will be good. His son will also to go.
His brother.
Yeah, that's right. We keep it for another day. Thank you. So then, which in that time, for example, now I find the deity worship is taken much more serious. In those days, the women would take care of the deities, especially the women with children, because they couldn't go on Sankirtan. They were more or less useless. And they take care of the deities. And also, there was no respect whatsoever, because we were basically hiding in the temple. And we were not going out on Sankirtan, which actually we were going out much more than now. Because every marathon we had to go out anyway, put the deities to rest, put our children to rest. We go on Sankirtan in Amsterdam. It was easy, even just for a few hours to go. The books exhibition, the Harinam was going on every day on the Kalverstraat and Vondelpark, like that. Sunday feasts were huge, and they're all preaching. So we had our prasadam at noon time, usually, and then go on Harinam, and then bring all the hippies back for prasadam at the temple. And then we'd line them up, and we sit across, and we preach to them. So they would at least have some indigestion. I'm feeling from, you okay here? Okay. So I needed my back to. And so yes, now maybe there's some more, definitely more balanced enthusiasm. You can see on the pictures also that everybody was young, so that enthusiasm. The kirtans, we would jump to the ceiling, hang into the chandeliers. It was like wild, completely wild. Kirtans, it's like, I mean, okay, in Amsterdam we couldn't do that because, you know, you would go through the ceiling, and that's probably why the ceiling was, the floor was caving in because of the kirtans. But it was quite wild. And here we would actually really jump so high, it is like...
Upstairs here it was a problem as well when we had the first step room. I remember being in the shadow room below, and you could also see the whole ceiling move and see the chandelier move.
Yeah, and actually you can still hear it in the kitchen now, but they reinforced it, of course. Also, what I find personally was what's easier is that there was no choice of getting up. You did. Everybody was getting up early in the morning. Everybody. There was no like, oh, I decide to sleep in, or whatever reason, sick or not sick, you crawl. If you're sick, you crawl to the Mangalarti, but you never stay in bed. That was not done. I remember sleeping with my sleeping bag open, so I wouldn't get so comfortable that it was easier for me to get out as soon as the alarm would go. And I had a little trick I found out, because in those days we take cold showers. It was really Maya to have warm showers, so there was no warm water in the taps. But the heaters were working, so you have the pipes of the heaters that go everywhere. So the first water that you would open in the morning for the shower was warm. So when I found that out, I was always very eager to wake up as first. First thing. I would be the first one to take a shower. So I had a little bit of warm water to and then I would wake up the head pujari and then do her hair, because she had long braids. So I had to do her hair, and then she would go wake the deities.
Was that Naraswati?
No, Vishvadevi. And if they were not tight enough, after the Mangalarti, she would call me out of the temple, and I had to redo them. So that was one of my services. But otherwise it was very familial. Everybody was together always. All the Sankirtan. So now we are more, but I think also we all changed. The mentality of people in general is different. In the hippie time, you know, we were all kind of a little more bohemian, people outcasts. Now everybody knows how to behave properly, so we don't need. But in the same time, I find it's more responsibility on you now, because you have to decide. You want to become Krishna conscious, you have to decide to do that on your own. If you want to get up and be serious about the process that Srila Prabhupada has given, you have to decide that on your own, or the two of you together, if you can find somebody, a buddy that helps you to do it together, which is easier, then that is helpful. But otherwise, yeah, it's the discipline, to discipline yourself. If everybody does it, then it's easier. And I see it now for myself, because I was trained like that, then I might have a relapse, but it's easier to pick it up again because I was trained to do it like that. So I notice now that is easier for me, I think. But what my experience is that once you decide that, yeah, this is what I want to do, this is the goal of my life, is to become Krishna conscious, then, and we have it in all the books, because we didn't have so many books in those days, but now we have it written everywhere, and all the books are there. We can study them, we have time to study them, which wasn't like that in those days. There was no books, and then we didn't get time to study them also, because it was not necessary. You have all the knowledge in your heart, which actually, it's against Prabhupada's instruction, because in the letter, Srila Prabhupada says, you study my books, right? Yes, we should always remember following the regulated principles and reading our books. But I remember when I joined, we were not allowed to read. We had to find an excuse. Say, oh, we are so tired, we need to take a nap. That was allowed. So we'd go upstairs in the Brahmacharini ashram and we read the Upanishads secretly. So it was like this, because they said, oh yeah, this knowledge is in your heart. It will come out just by serving. So the main focus was on devotional service, because there had to be a lot had to be done. And I think, like now, everything is established. In those days, there wasn't nothing established, so the devotees had to work hard to create the atmosphere that we have now. I think that's maybe answers a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I was wondering, I mean, you went to the Sankirtan every day and you weren't reading. How did that go? I mean, how do you present someone's books, and how are you so successful with selling those books, distributing them? And you didn't even know, maybe.
Yeah, but if you know the Upanishad, you know everything. Because that's how Prabhupada is so expert in Mount Purport. And of course we had the classes every day. Morning we start Mangalarti, then we have Nectar of Devotion, reading, the prayers, reading. Then we have the Srimad Bhagavatam class, we have song class in the evening, Bhagavad Gita class in the evening, then Krishna book with milk. So we knew the philosophy. And then, yeah, book distribution, it's many times you're saying, oh please, we give a donation, you take this book, it's very nice, good for you. Big smile. I don't know, one of the pictures is we used to, some of the girls, they dressed up as boerinnetjes, girls, farmer girls in the old style Dutch
With the
dress,
white
with the white curlies and little hats on and long skirts, and they would distribute flowers in baskets, and that's how they would collect money. So there was many different ways of. But yes, the big book distributors, they would, yeah. And of course, in those days also there was. So I'm reading now. When I'm reading this, and I see that the devotees in those days, they were learning verses, they were learning the Sanskrit, so it might have been something also that I picked up of an instruction that I stuck to instead of everybody, because that's, if you talk to anyone, their memory of the same situation is different. It's something you pick up and you live by, but actually that wasn't, like it's a misunderstanding. And I noticed, because when I got married to Prem Siddhi Prabhu, I was attracted to him because he was always reading. And in those days, Bhagavan, he was, that was in the initiation vows, was at least 1 hour of reading. So that was also been, and he was always reading, and they asked me why you want to marry him. I said, well, he's always reading, so I might also start reading. And of course I never did. I only started reading when I was so enthusiastic. And I was saying, I want this. So, some, they just bloom late, a late bloomer. But, and now I regret it because I might have to come back to read all those books that we have in the house. Anyway. But so it's really, but that doesn't mean you don't understand the philosophy. Because it is true, you can, by devotional service, you can have lots of realization also. And everybody has their different nature. And I find by working hard for Krishna, he reveals himself to you. So in that sense, I did my share of devotional service, and you get realizations through that also. But so much nicer if you, that I'm sure it's so much nicer when you have a more. And then we have the Bhagavatam class every day. It's not, there's no question of missing Srimad Bhagavatam class. So in this way, we still go through all the books regularly.
So was there then one person that would give the class, so that person would read the books, or how?
Like we do now, we read a verse. Like how we went through all this in the 10th canto now. I think it must be the 3rd time that we are in the 10th canto from the moment I joined.
Did we do it before? Did we read up here?
Until Prabhupada,
So
until Prabhupada, and then we stopped. But that's still 10th canto.
Yes.
So we go, and then we start again. 10th canto, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhagavad Gita classes in the evening always. So yes, and it's not like I didn't study at all. It's just not as much as I should have. Because I think I probably read Prabhupada's books maybe once or twice, or all the books. It's just not as studious as now, so if that is a change now, I find also, for example, learning instruments, singing, is something we didn't do, or I didn't do because we were just working hard. I always appreciate that now that the devotees get time to learn the instruments, learn things, and because things are all nicely set up. You just have to jump in and do a bit, do your part. Right?
Question.
Yeah.
When you've been Radhadesh Pujari for a long time, and I have some experience with you on the altar, but maybe you can tell something about because it becomes a personal relationship with the deities. Maybe you can tell a little bit about that. I know it's just lifting the veil. It's it's between you and Gopinath, but still, it's.
Well, I was thinking, because I wanted to ask all of you that, because you must all have some personal experience with Radha Gopinath, how they reveal themselves to you, or they show you things, fulfill your desires, or your needs, or sometimes arrange things for you that you didn't realize you even asked for. And my experience with Radha Gopinath is they kind of took me under their care, because when I was married, so I was initiated in 74 before Radha Gopinath got installed. Then that same year I was first initiated, married, and second initiation, all in this 1 year. So then my first daughter was born in 76, and then Radha Gopinath was installed 77 in February. Then then my husband got cancer, and he left his body in 77, October. Srila Prabhupada left his body 2 weeks after, 77. So I was a widow, with a daughter, 1.5 years old, and my spiritual master left his body. It was like my life went black. And then Gopinath took over. He just took over, he said, okay, you take care of me. And from then on, basically, I have the feeling that they kind of took me under their wings, instead of, like you're saying, I never felt like I was taking care of them. I always felt I was taken care of by them, because they were engaging me. And if you were nicely engaged, you have no time to think of your troubles. There is no troubles, you just engaged fully. So, and that was hard, because it was, first of all, I was a woman. In those days, there was not that much, you were just a woman, which is a big protection, because you don't have to need to get proud or think you need a position or this or that. Usually we were head pujaris, women, but we always had a male head pujari over us, or he was our authority. We had to do the job, and they were our authority. But so if there's anything wrong, you get chastised. And I remember once we had 2 pujaris, and one of them was French, little French nature, and she was always flipping out. Lalita Kun, she was called. She was, I'm flipping out. So anyway, and then she wouldn't do her service, and her pati would have to come, and somebody else would have to do her service. So once I was supposed to wake the deities in the afternoon, I think, and we had a big feast. I couldn't get up, and her pati, who was my authority, came to get me. He said, yeah, you have to wake the deities, come on. I said, I'm flipping out. I thought I'll try this one on him. And I was kicked out of the service for 2 weeks. I was punished. And then I understood, Gopinath is showing me that this is not how I expect you to behave. This may be somebody else, but he didn't appreciate it from me. So at that time, I could think, okay, he punished me. No, it was Gopinath showing me, look, you're supposed to be above this. And I was allowed, so I wasn't allowed to dress the deities or go on the altar at all. I had to cook for the devotees and the deities and all that, which was bliss actually. It was really nice, so it was very happy. But I understood that Gopinath, he needed me to be more mature. So, like this, shown these situations like that, and under their care, it was always very safe and very enthusing. I remember even once here in Amsterdam, I went to India usually to make the outfits for the deities, so I would be not there for 1 month, and somebody was replacing me. Jayabhadra was replacing me at that time. And so I came home late at night after 1 month or 5 weeks. Usually I stayed in India, so I came at 11 o'clock in the night. And I don't know if you ever experienced that, but if you go, what time is it, Gopinath? Oh, okay, good, thank you. So then you have the suitcases full of stuff, and you want to open it. So by the time we went to take rest, it was 4 o'clock or so. And then 4:30, I got a message that Jayabhadra couldn't dress. He was feeling off or sick, and I needed to dress the deities. And I felt so accepted. Krishna, as soon as you're back, you dress me. You know, I know you're home, so you can dress me. And it, like this, all those little situations. Once it was very difficult. It was always difficult because we didn't have that many pujaris, only girls, and many times difficult. So I was praying to Krishna, please, you send someone that can take care of you properly, because I always felt so unqualified. And it's funny because Vinod Manjari, she just told me this morning that she was struggling so much to dress the deities this morning. And it's funny because they look so beautiful, and you don't know what goes on to make them look so beautiful. But Krishna, he he plays with us. It's not like, oh, you just do twirl, 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 and you this, and few this, that, and it just goes. No, it's a relationship. It's very, very personal. So anyway, for us, it was a struggle to take care of the deities. So it's always feeling very unqualified. So I was praying, please, Krishna, send me someone. No, please send someone that can take care of you. And then he sent Sadhya Sestra Prabhu. He was a pujari, very well-trained pujari, wandering around India by himself. And he had Shalagram Shilas, which in those days we didn't have Shalagram Shilas on the altar. Prabhupada didn't allow us to worship them on the altar. And the then head pujari was telling him, oh, you go to Radhadesh, there they allow you to put your deities on the altar, your Shalagram Shilas. So he came here with that expectation. And he, what was it? Yeah, so of course we didn't allow, because it wasn't allowed in ISKCON. But then he was hanging around a bit, and he was watching what's going on, all these women on the altar messing around. Because we weren't so good at it, really. I mean, we just did our best. And he wanted to make it serious, deity worship. And then when he saw it wasn't so serious, he said, oh, I'm out of here. And they realized, oh, if we want to keep him, we better make him the head pujari. So then he became the head pujari, and that was so good. First thing he did is took the hair of the deities and washed it, all the wigs of the deities, washed them. Then he started cleaning the pujari rooms, cleaning everywhere, and then training us. We had a very strict training, all the mantras, all the pujas. We're not allowed to talk before going on the altar, because that would distract. And only after, and not too much also. If you want to do any deity worship, first you make 100 ghee wicks, or you cook the offerings, or, he was like really good, so he elevated the standard up really, really high. But then after some time he left, and again it was on my shoulders somehow. I realized, oh Gopinath, you want me to take care of you, so please send me someone to help me do that. And in the same time, because I was a widow for quite some time, since I was 23, which is not the time to be a widow really normally, so there was some desire to also have a partner. And Krishna so expertly combined those two situations, someone that was very enthusiastic to go on the altar, and then he was kindly agreed to marry me in the same time. And then very soon after he took over the deity worship and took the responsibility. And that was so much more easy to do the same amount of service, but with the support of another enthusiastic pujari. So that was one of the... No, this is in Radhadesh, yeah. And in 86, this was 86 that I was married to Prince. And then he was the one reading all the books, so if I needed anything, I could just ask him. And we did a lot of service. There was like right now, I don't know if you are all members of this Radha Gopinath Seva site. There are 6 pujaris missing. 6 pujaris that are regularly on the altar. They are not either not here or sick, or something is with them. And still the deity worship schedule is covered. There's a few little gaps here and there, but for the rest, so in Radhadesh somehow Gopinath, he really takes care of himself, and he knows very well how to arrange all the services. So
you do it with 2 pujaris.
Yeah, and we used to, because I don't know, there's something I can admit to, that I had a strong, I was in quite a turmoil in my spiritual life at the time. And while I was dressing Radha Gopinath, I went downstairs to get something, and it just really got all too much for me. So I ran back on the altar, and I grabbed Gopinath's feet. And when I grabbed his feet, they were feeling like they're small. Maybe you would see Gopinath's feet, they're small, they're marble, so they should be coldish and hard. But no, they felt big and soft and warm. And I grabbed his feet and I said, just get me out of here. This is the worst thing you can ask Krishna. Please get me out of your service. And what happened from that moment on, I finished dressing the deities. Next morning, I wasn't dressing the deities. I was out for 3 months. And then, I don't know, Bhagavati, she remembers, because she was the one taking over my service. And there were 2 pujaris. At that time, they were building the altars, the new altars. So the whole castle was covered in dust, this fine construction dust, everything. The pujari room was downstairs here. Deities were in the prasadam room. So
tables.
And this back and forth with all the paraphernalia. I think you never recovered from it. So.
I think the dressing was okay, but the calling the brahmachari was the problem.
Yeah.
But, there was one in the morning. He would dress Radha Gopinath, the gopis, and Chota, and I would dress Gauri-Tai and Jagannath. And in the evening, we would do it the other way around. And we had a trick. All the jewelry you pinned to the clothes. So the only thing you had to do to undress them was to take the clothes off, and all the jewelry would come with it. Because if you had to take, in the evening, you had to take all the jewelry off, there was no way that you could get finished in time. So everything was attached to the clothes. And then you could just take off the clothes, and then everything would come off. And of course, we used to go with crowns.
Yeah, and then one person was waking the deities every day, and one was putting them to rest every day. So only the time when Sadhu Shrestha Prabhu was in charge of our deities, then we had such a high standard. We did all the pujas perfectly and he was like really training us. Every week we'd have a pujari meeting. We discussed all the prayers, all the standards, everything. We followed all the details in the Archana Paditi book. That was really the best time. And from there on, we actually never, although it was at that time decided by the GBC to lower the standard. They wanted to make an equal standard all over the zone. So then instead of making the temples with low standard climb up higher, actually they decided that the high standard, which was in Italy and Radhadesh, we had to come down to the low standard. And Sadhu Shrestha Prabhu, he became very discouraged. So he left Radhadesh, but we never lowered the standard. Actually, we just kept that standard going all this time. So now everybody's used to it. They know, every pujari knows how to do those. So you mentioned to Prabhu that we are very, very grateful that he trained us so well. And he wasn't just training us, he was also protecting us. As pujaris, we were feeling valued, while before we were just women, we were useless, hiding in the temples, and we couldn't do any book distribution. So, but he really made us feel very qualified and very appreciated. And also, the deity worship became much more valued also because of his presence and his guidance. So myself, I learned whatever I learned is from Sadhu Shrestha Prabhu. And we continued with that after, maybe not as good as when he was there, but we tried our best. So that one time, yes, I was 3 months off, gone. So it's very important to know what you ask for. Which actually, in my case, it was also the best thing for me, because I went on Sankirtan for 3 months, and I came back and those problems that I had were gone. So I didn't need to do anything about it. Gopinath had resolved all those situations, and the path was clear again. So it's a very, very potent thing to pray to Krishna, because sometimes we think, oh, he's just on the altar playing his flute and dancing with the gopis, and we are just here doing our menial service and we're not being noticed. But actually, he notices every single little thing we do for him. And that's why I was asking, I'm sure every one of you have experience like this, that either we desire something or we do something and Krishna is immediately reciprocating with our effort. And that makes our relationship with the deity very, very personal, I find. You must have some.
Well, the main thing for me is, and I think I've told you this, that is why I'm so attached to the old Chota Gopinath. Because I used to dress the old Chota Gopinath. And before we had this altar, we had a wooden altar. And the wooden altar on the side had a little place, so the pujari of Chota Gopinath, they would put Chota Gopinath there when they were finished. And then afterwards, when all the other deities were finished, Chota Gopinath would come down. And that particular day I was dressing the gopis. And then when you dress the gopis on the back, so you turn the gopis to the back, and then you stand behind the altar and you dress the gopis. And then when you finish dressing them, you turn them back to the front. So in turning the gopis back to the front, I knocked Chota Gopinath with my elbow in his hand. And I thought, oh my God, this is such an offense. I was so upset. And I knew I was going to get a reaction for it sooner or later. So I prayed to Gopinath and said, okay, please, if I'm going to get a reaction for it, please give it to me now so I know why I'm getting it. So it had just been Jamashtami or Radhashtami, something like that. And then you get all the little earrings for the deities with the little, with the little thingies in your ear. So you have to clip them off because you can't use them on the deities. So I went down and I was clipping off some of those things and I clipped in my hand. And I was bleeding like anything. And the Shadashreshta, he went just put a big bandage around it and come back up. It's like, he was really happy with that. But then I still have the scar, and it's a scar in the shape of a tilak in my hand. And so whenever I look at that scar, I have to think of Chotarada Gopinath. That's why I'm so attached to him. But I asked for an immediate reaction, and I got an immediate reaction. And just before that, Bhagavan was here. So my spiritual master was here. And then he was going to, he wasn't here, sorry. He was going to be in Brussels. He was not coming here, he was going to be in Brussels, and then he was going to move on to France, or I don't know where. And I really wanted to see him. So Aharda, she was going because she was cooking for him. And she was going to take me with her. She promised she was going to take me with her. So I was quickly dressing the gopis, and I was going to be downstairs, and she was going to take me with her. But when I came down, she had gone. And I was so upset. Oh, come on, Krishna, please, I really want to see my spiritual master. And I was really dejected, and I was kind of, praying to Krishna, like, how am I going to do this now? I really want to see him. And then she came back. She had forgotten to take Bhagavan's clothes with him. So she came back, and I was just kind of on my way out, like, okay, I missed it. And then she came running back, like, I forgot Bhagavan's clothes. Come, get into the car. So, he does fulfill desires.
Because I remember that in a situation like that, Jayagopal Prabhu, he was this temple president at the time, and because we were always pujaris, we sometimes get a little low in our consciousness. Then he would tell us, oh, you feel low, then just go on Sankirtan. That was always the best medicine for all problems. So he would prepare the car, get the prasadam in the car, the books in the car, everything, and then the pujaris in the car. And then we would go. And I really didn't want to go. Somehow or other, I'm such a coward. I just didn't want to go. And that was just before they started building the altar. So I surrendered, everything was ready, the car doors were open practically and ready to go. I thought, I'll just go and pay obeisances to Radha Gopinath. So when I was funded the deities, I said, Gopinath, really, I don't want to go. Please, I don't want to go. It's terrible desire to have. So I went back to the car, ready to go, and the construction people from Italy, they were here with all their marble. They said, we need someone to tell us where to put the screws for the, how to hide the altar has to be, and this and that. So they needed me for their design for the altar. And I was like, oh, I feel so bad. Because I had just asked for this, and now they told me, no, you have to stay back, you can't go on Sankirtan because you need to help them same with the measurements and all these things for the altar. So yes, it's again another situation that we have to be very careful what we ask for, because Krishna, and then at the same time he uses it again in his service, right? So we never want to go do anything that is detrimental to Radha Gopinath's service. So whatever way we can serve him, in the end, he always makes sure it works out all right. You have something?
Well, because I've only been in Radhadesh for the last 2 months or something, but already I feel that there's been instances of reciprocation, and one of them was, I was just thinking, oh, it'd be really nice to go in the deity kitchen one time to see, how it's done. And I'd had this thought, and then a few days later, Satyavati in the japa time, she was like, oh, do you want to come and help me with making the fruit part of the breakfast offering this morning? I was like, yes, please. So then there I was, like a few days later in the deity kitchen, helping, when I just had this thought a few days ago. Yeah.
It's funny, but I started not here, but in Amsterdam, when the deities were already here. And in Amsterdam, it was just a small room, still in the construction also. And they had on your altar just a picture of the Panchatattva, so there were no deities.
Which address was that?
Van Hilgertstraat, just after the big one was closed.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't know. So anything of these kind of things. So for me, an altar was like, it's just some table with a picture or something like that. So, but on the wall, they had also one very nice picture of Radha Gopinath with lots of flowers, and you could just basically see the faces, and then maybe here and there something like something shiny was the hands or something like that, and there was something very mysterious somewhere at the bottom. And I had no idea. So every time I was sitting there, sitting in the temple room chanting, I was looking, what could that be, And I was just looking, and when I came here, I found out that it was actually the lotus feet of Radha Gopinath. So all that time, I was just meditating on the lotus feet of Krishna. And I had no idea. I didn't even know what deities were, I was just, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, just sitting there. So that's probably how I got here. Yeah, but it was still the outfit that they look very, how do you say it? Very strong, very stern. Now they look very mellow and very happy and jolly. But before it was a little bit like, probably necessary in Amsterdam. They still remember the installation. But it was a little bit, he was a little bit more stern looking. So I thought, okay, what are you going to do now? So something like that. So that's how I got to know Radha Gopinath. Although I didn't even know that it was Radha Gopinath, I didn't even know the name, I didn't even know what it was. It was just a picture on the wall for me.
Meditating on the lotus feet.
Yeah, the first time I came also here in this room, I had never seen an altar. I was just visiting in Amsterdam 3 years, and I chanted, and I was reading, and I was doing Harinams, and so many things. But I had never seen a real altar. It was just a table with a picture or something like that. So, and then was some tulsi plant, okay, so that I understood. And I came here for the first time, I was really like, I had no idea what to do with it. You know, I was just standing there, it's very beautiful, it's like a tourist almost. It's like, it's beautiful, but I have no idea what it means actually. So, I'm still trying out to find the meaning, but it goes better and better. Yeah. And one of the nicest things was for me, because I've never been initiated, so I've never been really on the altar as a pujari or something like that. But I did a long time the decorations, first in the temple room, and then later together with Krishangi on the altar. And then I was the monkey on the altar. Because somebody had to climb up on top for cleaning it and hanging all the things that has to be hanged out. So I was always the monkey. Nobody wanted to do that, so then I was the monkey. So it's probably still like that.
I came here I came before 2002, but I came to spend time since from 2002 to 2014. I was serving here at the Bhaktivedanta College, and the college couldn't exist without the mercy of Sri Sri Radha Gopinath. It has happened because they are so sweet, so generous, and so magnanimous that they brought people from all over the world. And I feel really very grateful to them, to them and to the pujaris, all of you who are maintaining beautifully the worship for so many years since the beginning. I also in 2009 took sannyas, and it happened here. And at some point I asked my spiritual master, Saswarup Maharaj, he is not giving initiation, so we came to an agreement that Jayadvaita Maharaj will give me sannyas. And when the GBC body approved, Jayadvaita Maharaj was coming to Europe, to Sweden. And it was discussed when to do it and where to do it. And I wrote to Saswarup Maharaj, I said, whatever he tells me, I take it as Krishna speaking to me. So he said, do it as soon as possible. So that meant to do it, and then what happened, in the evening, Radha Gopinath, I felt in the heart that they were telling me, why you should go anywhere, do it here. And this is how we came to do it here. Jayadvaita Maharaj agreed to come, and it was everything very fast, and everything by the mercy of Sri Sri Radha Gopinath. They arranged it.
And now your vows for initiating Guru, you can them.
Now you became sannyas here, now you became Guru here also.
Yeah.
There is something special. Special relationship. Shall I say something?
Yes.
I'll continue the story from Bhakti Rik. I mean, in that sense, his meditation was first on the lotus feet. In my case, well, I was here, I don't remember when, early 90s, when first this European convention started. I was temple president, so I was coming, and of course appreciated the beauty of all the deities, but one time, probably it was 95 or 6, because I was checking with Bhakti Rik Prabhu when he was here, because he has a role in that. So he said, probably, I was 1 year before the centennial, so one of these, either 95 or 6, and then I was in the ashram, in one of those rooms, probably 17, or one of those rooms, and I was, during the night I woke up, I never woke up at night, so I woke up and I felt like there's someone looking at me, like really, like in that type of, and I heard stories about, in that area of the castle. We had students later who were telling all kinds of stories of entities in subtle forms. So I first thought, maybe there's something, but anyway, I was trying to figure out, and then I turned the light on, and then I looked, and just next to the I think there was the bed had two, and I was on the second, probably it was like that. And then I saw a picture of Gopinath's face, very close up, in a kind of a pinkish background. And it seems like I saw him for the first time. I was like, oh, he's so beautiful, such beauty. I was completely shocked, and it was really that I woke up because of him. He woke me up. And then I saw Bhakti Prabhu. I said, I must have this picture. I don't know if you remember. And he was like, okay, you just leave the frame. And he put something else. I said, no problem. I'll put any other picture, but I need this one. I still keep it. Yeah, I still have it. And then I came here, and also first I was here in the Gurukula. I was teacher, and in 2000, 2001, and then later on came the college, and I was making many pictures and Radha Gopinath, trying to serve them. Yeah, I could say different stories, but one I remember at one point I decided to use the garden, the land behind the building, the college building and the library, to plant some plants which give fragrant flowers, especially white fragrant flowers, because that's what's written in Hari Bhaktivilas. There's a whole chapter about flowers, especially that Krishna likes white fragrant flowers. And then it begins like saying, no matter how much jewels, precious stones, diamonds and gold one presents to the deity of Krishna, Krishna likes much more just a fragrant white flower. And because in the previous few years I've been buying real jewels to the deities, but I kind of run out of money. And then I read that, oh, it could be much cheaper actually. I just plant some, and I made a list. I probably still have it, over 100 different plants, even exotic, which give fragrant bushes, annual, perennial plants. So some of them were trees and bushes, and I had to pick them from a nursery, this type of green nursery for plants, which was towards Ghent somewhere in Belgium on the other side. And then I decided I'll combine it with dropping off a teacher, Pranava Prabhu. So I passed through the airport in Brussels, and I had the tempo, trailer. And then I just stopped. He left for the airport, and at that time there was not such security, but still I was just sitting in front of the airport. I decided to eat a banana or something. And suddenly, the police knocked, and then give the papers, and why you stop? I said, I just dropped some, I'm going to leave, let's check your papers, So I gave, and then they were looking, and they said, where's the documents for the trailer? Because it didn't have any number, and you must have a number, even if it's the same as the car. And I said, I don't know, I just picked it up, and they said, come. And then I had to drive the car somewhere, and then they were watching, and this trailer is 1 ton something, and you can drive only less than this. So it's illegal to drive with this car, this trailer, and also your permission doesn't have the right to drive that trailer, and more. And then they were like, and this, and then finally they saw my address. It's here, and they look at each other. Oh, he's from there. And what do you mean? Then I understood that they had a really problem with one devotee who was driving a taxi, and they were watching him, that he was getting money and it was illegal and all that. And then they confiscated his car, but he made a big scandal. He was screaming, and they had to arrest him, whatever. So this was just a week after, and they were like, okay, they locked me in a room. And then I thought, I was really, okay, what to do, Krishna? And I really prayed that they were coming, checking me, and then leaving, just keeping me there. And then I realized, okay, I have no chance. They will probably take the car and the trailer, and they will keep me here in jail for some days, whatever. But then I told Gopinath, well, I was going to buy you some plants, whether you want some flowers or not. If you want flowers, please take me out. If you don't want, okay, you can do whatever you like. So it was a kind of a either or. And then this, one of the policemen comes and comes close to me. Do you have any money? And I was like, he was alone, not, there were two. And, you know, I was like, oh, this is Belgium, you know. And it's not like, you know, other countries like India or some, where they, I was like, is he really want a bribe? You know, I stopped. And I said, why? I don't. And he said, you need to buy a plate, a number, you know. And I said, oh, well, I have a card or something. And I said, but I think I have a plate in the card of the car itself. He said, let's find it. And then we look in the back, there was a plate. And then two policemen, they actually installed the plate themselves and told me, just go quickly and go back immediately and properly arrange, you know, insurance of the, and all documents of this. I said, yes, immediately I go back. And I'm sorry, because I was all the time saying, you know, in my French a little bit, I'm really sorry, I didn't know, you know, we'll fix it up. And they were impressed by my humility. They didn't expect this reaction from that place. So anyway, they say, just go, you know, no fees, nothing. They just go away. Of course, I said, okay, shall I go back immediately or go to the nursery? I go to the nursery. I have the protection. So I went, I put the plants and I planted them. And there was, for some time when I was here, there were, and then there was one thing also about the flowers. Not only I bought from here, but I was in Mayapur and then I was looking for, or also the whole different places in India for, I wanted to get some seedlings and different types so that I plant them here. So there was a champak flower, I don't know if you know, I mean there are different types of champak, but this is one type, which is like, I can't say what it looks like. It's not like a tree, it's not like a bush, it has this thick, it's like a cactus, anyway, it's like this thick, branches. So I thought, I asked Bhaktivedanta Puri Maharaj, can I grow this in Belgium? He said, yeah, in a warm place. But you know, do I need a seed? And no, you just chop off a little bit of it and push it on the ground and it will take roots. And then I took it. It was just that big. I mean, it's illegal to take out things, seeds even from India. So I risked a little bit. I had this and a few others. Then I came. I just stick it in a pot. It's just that thick, 20 centimeters. And in a few months it grew a little bit and then it flowered. It was like, can you imagine? From that stick, you know, usually it has to a few years until it produces a flower. But it produced a champak flower, really fragrant. And it was my meditation to offer it to Radharani, so I gave it in rain. So yeah, that was one thing. And one story, not from me, but I heard from Urmila Prabhu, and it's a little bit mystical, but I thought I can share. She saw a devotee from Hungary, a pujari, who never had been in Radhadesh, never heard even, but she had a dream that she's walking on the stairs like that, walking up and up and up, and I mean like stone stairs. And then she went walking on a corridor with rooms on both sides. And then she was where I'm walking, and this looks like a strange building, you know, these stairs like this, and then in this second floor, different rooms. So she opened one of the rooms, and she saw two girls sitting on the table, extremely beautiful, and writing something. And she asked them, "Who are you?" And then they look at her and they smiled really mystically. And they said, she said, "No, what are you doing here?" They said, "We are writing a script for pastimes." And she said, "Who are you?" They said, "We are Lalita and Vishaka." And then she was like, "Wow, amazing." And then she found out that there is a temple which is in the castle which had this, and then there's Radha Gopinath with Lalita and Vishaka. So that was interesting from Urmila. And shall I say something more? One more story. It's funny, but sometimes they arrange things which are, they want to have fun also. So one time I was doing the last arati, and then there was kirtan, but the kirtan was really packed. I don't know if it was a festival or something, and I think at that time there was this new system of automatic, you have to push a button and then it goes, and you cannot do it manually. Either, so you cannot just put it, it just stays if the machine doesn't work. So anyway, I go to the altar and I'm really so, no, it's full temple, the kirtan goes on, and then I go out and really blow the conch like I don't know, maybe I felt proud, but I'm here and I'm serving Radha Gopinath, and then I push the button to open, but nothing happens. I push again, and this button and that button and third, and they just didn't open, and then I struggle, and everybody kind of expects, the order. And then I blew the conch, but it doesn't open, and I was like, okay, what's going on? And then different pujaris who were here, they start, everybody comes and they push the button, and it doesn't work. And I was like, what to do now? I have to do the arati, and I think I started the arati, and two devotees took kind of the bottom of the curtains, and a little bit it's open. They were keeping the curtains like that. And then the devotees were seeing that it is, and then looking at me, and I was sweating, and it's like I really felt that's because of me. And then I was looking at Gopinath, and he was really smiling. It's like, and I was first praying, please Gopinath, it's really embarrassing, please open it. And he didn't, it was too funny. And then anyway, then I prayed. I started praying to others, and then it worked. Suddenly it opened. Nowhere. Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
Because I brought Radhadesh 6. Oh yeah. Because this old pujari has to dress the deities tomorrow. So I brought Radha Gopinath's original shoes that they were installed with. So I put them on the altar, and I thought maybe we could have them on our heads. And that would be a nice... because I don't know, I just didn't realize that this was 45 years ago. And I was saying to the devotees, I'm so grateful that they are here and being maintained us all this time, and we're still able to dance and sing for them and serve them, and therefore here to stay. Once I was feeling, I don't know, I think I heard about some ladies in England, how they left a mark in the world. They did something great, and they would be remembered by it, even after they passed. And I was in the pujari room, I was thinking, I'm here, I didn't leave anything behind. And then I started looking around. And I said, oh wait, maybe I did leave something behind, because the cupboards are so full with clothes. And right now there's a big anxiety going on, because it's Gopunim soon, and I don't have an outfit. It's still in Vrindavan. And so I don't know what's going to happen, if it will come in time. So I still have to put it together. But we all leave something behind, even if it's an impression or memories, relationships, and the deities, all that service that we render to them, they never forget. Any tiny little thing we have done, or big things or small things, Hare Krishna. And Krishna also doesn't look at big or small. He looks at our intention to offer, and then he remembers that, and he remembers that. And then at the time of death, when we leave this body, we will go there and serve Radha Gopinath for eternity. It's such a wonderful thing to look forward to. How we will do this. Maharaj, I was thinking maybe you would like to do this. We could just pass by, and you... Or maybe together, the two of you, Mahendra? You want to do? You take... or maybe the plate on the head, what do you think? Or the stews? The shoes is better. Yeah. We are used to it. So you take each one set. And we go, and we just pass by. Yeah. But they're girls' shoes.
Oh yeah, this is the girl.
Yeah. You see, they used to be boys, and we had to change them because Radharani didn't like to have her toe shoes. And then after there could be a little kid. Yeah,
Yeah, I was following online. Yeah, online you can't get the shoes. So go to the 10.
So we do this now in Radhadesh on Radhadesh usually, instead of showing Radhadesh. Then we gave the shoe print. Oh yeah, you exchange.
I'm sure they will come in. Virtual.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever is watching.
It's over here. She also came from online.
That's how the Indians do, right? From afar. Yeah, like that. From afar.
Shri Shri Radha Gopinath Shri Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani Ki Jai. So this year also is 50th anniversary celebration of Lord Jagannath Baladev and Subhadra Maharani.
This year. What is the That's another facilitation of another task for Maharaj.
By the way, key is in here. You don't need it. Happens. I just charge. How much? How do you charge it? It was a charge with this function. I just have a separate charge. It should go for 2 weeks. Yeah, it's full back. Just they should leave it on. You're still available on WhatsApp, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
is not so much involved anymore. It's more council.
You sure? Yeah.
It's just like
I don't have anybody yet. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ja, die shoes that they were installed.
I said, if you just want to make a joke, I said prema vegan. I said, if you want prema, prema vegan. Only the vegans get prema.
Vegan is an urge, right?
Nartanath, the servant of Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu, longs for this service to the divine God. Thank you. Thank you. You want to see? You need to look up.
No, they are gone, but I don't know. They are gone for 2 days. That's why if I sing 5 minutes and then thank you for mercy case. It was really amazing today. Maybe I'm listening to the stories before. Yeah, first.
No, matter. Prabhupada was so sincere to carry out his wish. And see what you can do if you really take that instruction to spiritualness into heart. Yeah. You can touch so many hearts.
And directly when Prabhupada came in, about these answers, what he knew.
Yes.
It was him.
Yeah, we're fortunate.
Kiba Jayo Jayo Gaura Chande Aroti Koshoba Kiba Jayo Jayo Gaura Chande Aroti Ratna Simha Radhigaya Shankar baje ganta baje baje karatala Madhura mridanga baje Paramarasala Mridanga baje Paramarasala Bau koti chandrajini Vadana ujvala Chandrajini Vadana ujvala Gala deshe banamala Kore jala mala Gala deshe banamala Kore jala mala Shiva Shuka Narada Preme Gada Gada Narada Preme Gada Gada Bhakati Vinoda Deke Gorara Sampada Bhakati Vinoda Deke Gorara Sampada Kiva Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kashoba Jaya Gora Chande Arati Kashoba Janavi Tatabane Jagamana Loba Gorangera Roti Shobha Jaga Janamana 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 loba Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, Haribo, Nitai Gaura Premanande. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa. Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajacharya Stotra Sata Shri Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyamakunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jai. Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Yamuna Mai Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Tulasi Maharani Ki Jai. Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai. Transcendental Book Distribution Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Mahamahotsav Ki Jai. Gaura Premanande Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Namaste Narashimaya. Namaste Narashimaya. Pralada Lada Daine. Hiranyakashipu Vaksha. Hiranyakashipu Vaksha. Shilatanka Nakalaye. Shilatanka Nakalaye. Ito Nishima Parato Nishimo. Ito Nishima Parato Nishimo. Yato Yato Yamitato Nishima. Yato Yato Yamitato Nishima. Bahir Nishimo Ridaye Nishimo. Bahir Nishimo Ridaye Nishimo. Nishima Madin Sharanam Prapaje. Shima Madin Saranam Prapaje. Davakara Kamaravare Nakam Abhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakasipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Avakara Kamaravare Nahakama Bhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Jai Jagadisha Hare. Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Padrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nirsimadev Jaya Nirsimadev Jaya Nirsimadev Jaya Nirsimadev Nirsimadev Jaya Nirsimadev Jaya Nirsimadev Jaya Nirsimadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj 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 Prahlad Maharaj Jaga Nirsimadev Bhagavat
Singade Bhagavan ki Prahlad Maharaj ki jai. Third week in a row, and now to get that, just Krishna knows or whether he does it wrong or he wants me to try hard. I can't prepare myself.
My should just like third force or second force.
No, listen. I just still cannot do it. Now if I do it, I Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Should have put it on the microphone.
Hare Rama Hare Rama. That's good. Just play it once. Everyone else follows. I really have a problem. Once I have a melody in my head, to then switch is even to go to the next one of the melody, I always do must have a little annoying. I just have to play the accord, then I can.
Yeah, because you're in tune with the.
But some people they can change, not remember it, like they're singing something else.
Oh yeah, and they press play in the head, and then
or you say, or you tell them, you know that melody, and immediately they can sing. I'm like, okay, I don't have any help for it. That's why I was like,
yeah, but that's not.
If I listen to it, I will be listening.
You need to be.
But now, if you tell me which one was I singing, I won't be able to say. Now I can only say Hare Krishna. Yeah. It was coming on different. But anyways, Krishna. Krishna's mercy, it came out, I guess, how it should have, and it went also nice.
Same for me on the Harinam. I was just lucky. Like I had no clue what because he had me sing. You know, I don't know. Like 10 seconds until I started, I didn't know what I was going to sing.
So you go for it.
And I just was like, now I cannot even do what I did or whatever it is.
But you land on the nice tune.
Right. This is one of my. This is like probably the best.
I've had it a few times in Kirtan where I go into the melody that I've never heard before, no one has ever heard, and it just doesn't sound right. And then you try and change it, and it's very difficult. And then sometimes you just give up, you stop the Kirtan, and you start again. Okay, let's start again.
It's the play that never land.
I can't get up. Anyways, I'm happy Krishna did fortunately came with something else, which was similar.
Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna.
listening online, Prabhu.
Reading from the Krishna book. Like every evening, we're reading from the Krishna book. But first, we are chanting the mantra for auspiciousness, invoking auspiciousness. This wonderful mantra. Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, 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 Rakshama. Krishna, 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 Rakshama. Krishna, 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 Paima. Krishna, 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 Paima. Rama, Raghava, Rama, Raghava, Rama, Raghava, Rakshama. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Paima. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Paima. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We continue on reading from the Krishna book for the pleasure of Srila Prabhupada and for the pleasure of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj. We continue on reading from Vision of the Universal Form, page 86. 86. You like to start, Yadavamsa? Sure. You like to start, Yadavamsa, Prabhu? Yeah? I come to you with the mic.
So Gargamuni, you start there?
Yeah,
Gargamuni then informed Nanda Maharaj, as far as your son is concerned, this child has taken different bodily complexions in different yugas, millennia. First of all, he assumed the color of white, then the color red, then the color yellow, and now he has assumed the color black. Besides that, he was formerly the son of Vasudeva. Therefore his name should be Vasudeva, as well as Krishna. Some people will call him Krishna and some will call him Vasudeva. But one thing you must know, this son has had many other names and activities due to his different pastimes. Gargamuni further hinted to Nanda Maharaj that his son would be also called Giridhari because of his uncommon pastimes of lifting the Govardhan hill. Since Gargamuni was an astrologer, he could understand everything past and future, and thus he said, I know everything about his activities and names, but others do not know. This child will be very pleasing to all the cowherd men and cows. Being very popular in Vrindavan, he will be the cause of all good fortune for you. Because of his presence, you will overcome all kinds of material calamities, despite opposing elements. Gargamuni continued to say, My dear King of Raj, in his previous births, this child many times protected righteous persons from the hands of the rogues and the thieves, whenever there was a political disruption. Your child is so powerful that anyone who will become a devotee of your boy will never be troubled by enemies. Just as the demigods are always protected by Lord Vishnu, the devotees of your child will always be protected by Narayan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This child will grow in power, beauty, opulence, in everything on the level of Narayan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, I would advise that you protect him very carefully so that he may grow without disturbance. In other words, Gargamuni informed Nanda Maharaj that because he was a great devotee of Lord Narayan, the Lord had given Nanda a son equal to himself. At the same time, Gargamuni indicated that his son would be disturbed by so many demons, and that Nanda should therefore be careful and protect him. In this way, Gargamuni convinced Nanda Maharaj that Narayan himself had become his son. In various ways, he described the transcendental qualities of his son. After giving this information, Gargamuni returned to his home. Nanda Maharaj began to think of himself as the most fortunate person. He was very satisfied to receive such a benediction in this way. A short time after this incident, both Balaram and Krishna began to crawl on their hands and knees. When they were crawling like that, they pleased their mothers. The bells tied to their waists and ankles sound fascinating, and they would move around very pleasingly, sometimes like ordinary children. They would be frightened by others and would immediately hurry to their mothers for protection. Sometimes they would fall into the clay and mud of Vrindavan and would approach their mothers smeared with clay and saffron. They were actually smeared with saffron and sandalwood pulp by their mothers, but due to crawling in over muddy clay, they would simultaneously smear their bodies with clay. As soon as they would come crawling to their mothers, Yasoda and Rohini would take them on their laps and covering them with the lower portion of their saris, allow them to suck their breasts. When the babies were sucking their breasts, the mothers would see small teeth coming in. Thus their joy would be intensified to see their children grow. Sometimes the naughty babies would crawl up to the cowshed, catch the tail of a calf and stand up. The calves, being disturbed, would immediately begin running here and there, and the children would be dragged over clay and cow dung. To see this fun, Yasoda and Rohini would call all the neighborhood friends, the gopis. Upon seeing these childhood pastimes of Lord Krishna, the gopis would be merged in transcendental bliss. In their enjoyment, they would laugh very loudly.
Krishna and Balaram were so restless that their mothers, Yashoda and Rohini, would try to protect them from cows, bulls, monkeys, water, fire, and birds while they were executing their household duties. Always being anxious to protect the children and to execute their duties, they were not very tranquil. In a very short time, Krishna and Balaram began to stand up, slightly move on their legs. When Krishna and Balaram began to walk, other friends of the same age joined them, and together they gave the highest transcendental pleasure to the gopis, specifically to Mother Yashoda and Rohini. All the gopi friends of Yashoda and Rohini enjoyed the naughty childish activities of Krishna and Balaram in Vrindavana. In order to enjoy further transcendental bliss, they all assembled and went to Mother Yashoda to lodge complaints against the restless boys. When Krishna was sitting before Mother Yashoda, all the elder gopis began to lodge complaints against him, so that Krishna could hear. They said, "Dear Yashoda, why don't you restrict your naughty Krishna? He comes to our houses along with Balaram every morning and evening, and before the milking of the cows, they let loose the calves, and the calves drink all the milk of the cows. So when we go to milk the cows, we find no milk, and we have to return with empty pots. If we warn Krishna and Balaram about doing this, they simply smile so charmingly that we cannot do anything. Also, your Krishna and Balaram find great pleasure in stealing our stock of yogurt and butter from wherever we keep it. When Krishna and Balaram are caught stealing the yogurt and butter, they say, "Why do you charge us with stealing? Do you think that butter and yogurt are in scarcity in our house?" Sometimes they steal butter, yogurt and milk and distribute them to the monkeys. When the monkeys are well fed and do not take any more, then your boys chide. "This milk and butter and yogurt are useless. Even the monkeys won't take it." And they break the pots and throw them hither and thither. If we keep our stock of yogurt, butter and milk in a solitary dark place, your Krishna and Balaram find it in the darkness by the glaring effulgence of their ornaments and jewels on their bodies. If by chance they cannot find the hidden butter and yogurt, they go to our little babies and pinch their bodies so that they cry, and then they go away. If out of fear of these naughty boys, we keep our stock of butter and yogurt high on the ceiling, hanging on a swing, although it is beyond their reach, they arrange to reach it by piling all kinds of wooden planks over the grinding machine. And if they cannot reach, they make a hole in the pot. We think therefore that you'd better take all the jeweled ornaments from the bodies of your children. On hearing this, Mother Yashoda would say, "All right, I will take all the jewels from Krishna so that he cannot see the butter hidden in the darkness." Then the gopis would say, "No, no, don't do this. What good will you do by taking away the jewels? We do not know what kind of boys these are, but even without ornaments, they spread some kind of effulgence, so that even in the darkness they can see everything." Then Mother Yashoda would inform them, "All right, keep your butter and yogurt carefully so that they may not reach it." In reply to this, the gopis said, "Yes, actually we do so, but because we are sometimes engaged in our household duties, these naughty boys enter our house somehow or other and spoil everything. Sometimes being unable to steal our butter and yogurt, out of anger they pass urine on the clean floor and sometimes spit on it. Now just see how your boy is hearing these complaints. All day he simply makes arrangements to steal our butter and yogurt, and now he is sitting just like a very silent, good boy. Just see his face." When Mother Yashoda thought to chastise her boy, after hearing all the complaints, she saw his pitiable face and, smiling, she did not chastise him. Another day, when Krishna and Balaram were playing with their friends, all the boys joined Balaram and complained to Mother Yashoda that Krishna had eaten clay. On hearing this, Mother Yashoda caught hold of Krishna's hand and said, "My dear Krishna, why have you eaten earth in a solitary place?"
Just see, all your friends, including Balaram, are complaining about you. Being afraid of his mother, Krishna replied, "My dear mother, all these boys, including my elder brother Balaram, are speaking lies against me. I have never eaten any clay. My elder brother Balaram, while playing with me today, became angry, and therefore he was joined with the other boys to complain against me. They have all combined together to complain, so you will be angry and chastise me. If you think they are truthful, then you can look within my mouth to see whether I have eaten clay or not." His mother replied, "All right, if you have actually not eaten any clay, then just open your mouth, I shall see." When the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna was so ordered by his mother, he immediately opened his mouth just like an ordinary boy. Then Mother Yasoda saw within that mouth the complete opulence of creation. She saw the entire outer space in all directions: mountains, islands, oceans, seas, planets, air, fire, moon and stars. Along with the moon and the stars, she also saw the elements, water, sky, and the extensive ethereal existence, along with the total ego and its products, namely the senses, the control of the senses, all the demigods, and the objects of the senses, like sound and smell. Within his mouth he also saw the three qualities of material nature, all living entities, eternal time, material nature, spiritual nature, activities, consciousness, and different forms of the whole creation. Mother Yasoda could find within the mouth of her child everything necessary for the cosmic manifestation. She also saw with his mouth herself taking Krishna on her lap and having sucked her breast. Upon seeing all this, she became struck with awe and began to wonder whether she was dreaming or actually seeing something extraordinary. She concluded that she was neither dreaming or seeing the play of the illusionary energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. She thought that she had become mad, mentally deranged, to see all these wonderful things. Then she thought, it may be by cosmic mystic power attained by my child, and therefore I am perplexed by such visions within his mouth. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is beyond the expression of consciousness, mind and work, and philosophical speculation, and whose different energies produce everything manifest and unmanifest. Under his energy, bodily self, bodily possessions are conceived. She then said, let me offer my respectful obeisances unto him under whose illusionary energy I am thinking that Nanda Maharaj is my husband and Krishna is my son, that all the properties of Nanda Maharaj belong to me, and that all the coward men and women are my subjects. All this misconception is due to the illusionary energy of the Supreme Lord. So let me pray to him that he may protect me always. While Mother Yasoda was thinking in this high philosophical way, Lord Krishna again expanded his eternal energy just to bewilder her with maternal affection. Immediately, Mother Yasoda forgot all philosophical speculation and accepted Krishna as her own child. She took him on her lap and became overwhelmed with maternal affection. She thus began to think of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is understood through the process of cultivation, knowledge derived from the Upanishads and the Vedanta Sutra, practicing mystic yoga and studying Sankhya philosophy as her own begotten child. Certainly, Mother Yasoda has executed many pious activities, as a result of which she got the Absolute Truth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, as her son, who sucked milk from her breast. Similarly, Nanda Maharaj also must have performed many great sacrifices and pious activities for Lord Krishna to become his son and address him as father. But it is surprising that Vasudeva and Devaki did not enjoy the transcendental bliss of Krishna's pastimes, although Krishna was their real son. The childhood pastimes of Krishna are glorified even today by many sages and saintly persons. But Vasudeva and Devaki could not enjoy such childhood pastimes personally. The reason for this was explained by Sukadeva Goswami to Maharaj Pariksit as follows.
When the best of the Vasus, named Drona and his wife Dhara, were ordered to increase progeny by Lord Brahma, they said unto him, Dear Father, we are seeking your benediction. When we take birth again within the universe, may the Supreme Lord Krishna, in his most attractive feature of childhood, absorb our whole attention. May our dealings with him be so powerful that simply by hearing of these childhood activities of his, anyone will very easily cross over the nescience of birth and death. Lord Brahma agreed to give them the benediction, and as a result the same Drona appeared as Nanda Maharaj in Vrindavana, and the same Dhara appeared as Mother Yashoda, the wife of Nanda Maharaj. In this way, Nanda Maharaj and his wife, Mother Yashoda, developed their unalloyed devotion for the Supreme Personality of Godhead, having gotten him as their son, and all the gopis and cowherd men who were associates of Krishna naturally developed their own different feelings of love for Krishna. Therefore, just to fulfill the benediction of Lord Brahma, Lord Krishna appeared along with his plenary expansion, Balaram, and performed all kinds of childhood pastimes in order to increase the transcendental pleasure of all the residents of Vrindavana. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 8th chapter of Krishna, vision of the universal form. Read further. Chapter 9. Mother Yashoda binds Lord Krishna. Once upon a time, seeing that her maidservant was engaged in different household duties, Mother Yashoda personally took charge of churning butter. And while she churned butter, she sang the childhood pastimes of Krishna and enjoyed thinking of her son. The end of her sari was tightly wrapped while she churned, and on account of her intense love for her son, milk automatically dripped from her breasts, which moved as she labored very hard, dripped, churning with 2 hands. The bangles and bracelets on her hands tinkled as they touched each other, and her earrings and breasts shook. There were drops of perspiration on her face. and the flower garland which was on her head scattered here and there. Before this picturesque sight, Lord Krishna appeared as a child. He felt hungry and, to increase his mother's love, he wanted her to stop churning. He indicated that her first business was to let him suck her breast, and then she could churn butter later. Mother Yashoda took her son on her lap and pushed the nipple of her breast into his mouth, and while Krishna was sucking the milk, she was smiling, enjoying the beauty of her child's face. Suddenly, the milk which was on the stove began to boil over. Just to stop the milk from spilling, Mother Yashoda at once put Krishna aside and went to the stove. Left in that state by his mother, Krishna became very angry, and his lips and eyes became red in rage. He pressed his teeth and lips, and taking up a piece of stone, he immediately broke the butter pot. He took butter out of it, and with false tears in his eyes, he began to eat the butter in a secluded place.
In the meantime, Mother Yasoda returned to the churning place after setting the overflowing milk pan in order. She saw the broken pot in which the churning yogurt had been kept. Since she could not find her boy, she concluded that the broken pot was his work. She smiled as she thought, "The child is very clever. After breaking the pot, he has left his place, fearing punishment." After she sought all over, she found her son sitting on a big wooden grinding mortar, which was kept upside down. He was taking butter from a pot which was hanging from the ceiling on a swing, and he was feeding it to the monkeys. She saw Krishna looking this way and that way in fear of her because he was conscious of his naughty behavior. After seeing her son so engaged, she very silently approached him from behind. Krishna, however, saw her coming toward him with a stick in her hand, and he immediately got down from the grinding mortar and began to flee in fear. Mother Yasoda chased him to all corners, trying to capture the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is never approached even by the meditation of great yogis. In other words, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who is never caught by the yogis and speculators, was playing just like a little child for just a great devotee as Mother Yasoda. Mother Yasoda, however, could not easily catch the fast-running child because her thin waist and heavy body. Still she tried to follow him as fast as possible. Her hair loosened and the flowers in her hair fell to the ground. Although she was tired, she somewhere reached her naughty child and captured him. When he was caught, Krishna was almost on the point of crying. He smeared his hands over his eyes, which were anointed with black eye cosmetics. The child saw his mother's face while she stood over him, and his eyes became restless from fear. Mother Yasoda could understand that Krishna was unnecessarily afraid, and for this benefit she wanted to allow his fears. Being the topmost well-wisher of her child, Mother Yasoda thought, if the child is too fearful of me, I don't know what will happen to him. Mother Yasoda then threw away her stick. In order to punish him, she thought to bind his hands with some ropes.
She did not know it, but it was actually impossible for her to bind the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Mother Yashoda was thinking that Krishna was her tiny child. She did not know that the child had no limitation. There is no inside or outside of him, nor beginning or end. He is unlimited and all-pervading. Indeed, he is himself, the whole cosmic manifestation. Still, Mother Yashoda was thinking of Krishna as her child, although he is beyond the reach of all senses. She endeavored to bind him to a wooden grinding mortar. But when she tried to bind him, she found that the rope she was using was too short by 2 inches. She gathered more ropes from the house and added to it, but still she found the same shortage. In this way, she connected all the ropes available at home, but when the final knot was added, she saw that the rope was still 2 inches too short. Mother Yashoda was smiling, but she was astonished. How was it happening? Krishna Book Ki. Srila Prabhupada Ki. Haribol. Thank you, Radhadesh Prabhu, for reading with us so much. What sweet pastimes.
just the first part of the bhajan by Bhaktivinoda Thakur for Hare Gopinath in honor of Radha Gopinath's 45th installation birthday. Mani vedhana suno Vishayi durjana sadakamarata Kichu nahi moraguna Mani vedhana suno Vishayi durjana sadaka marata Kichu nahi moraguna Mani vedhana suno Vishayi durjana sadaka marata Kichu nahi moraguna Mani vedhana suno Vishayi durjana sadaka marata Kichu nahi moraguna He Gopinath He Gopinath He Gopinath He Amar barasa tumi Tomara charane loinu sharana Tomara kinkorami Amara barasa tumi
Amara barasatumi Tomara charani Loinu sharana Tomara kinkora ami Tomara charane Loinu sharana Tomara kinkora He Gopinath, He Gopinath, everyone. He Gopinath, He He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Ke mone shodhibe more na jani bakati karme jadamati porichi samsara gore Mone sodhibe more na jani bakati karme jadamati porichi samsara gore ke mone sodhibe He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Sakalito maramaya nahi mama bhala jnana sunirmala swadhina nahe kaya sunirmala swadhina nahe kaya sakalito maramaya nahi mama bala jnana sunirmala swadhina nahe kaya maya nahi mama bala jnana sunirmala swadhina nahe kaya he gopinath 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 niyata charanistana mage pamara kandiya kandiya korohe karuna dhana niyata charanistana kandiya korohe karunadana niyata charanestana mage pamara kandiya kandiya korohe karunadana mage pamara kandiya kandiya korohe karunadana he gopinath he gopinath he gopinath he gopinath he gopinath he gopinath he Tumi to sakali paro durjane tarite tomar sakati ke ache papira aro. Tumi to sakali paro. Sakati ke ache papira. Tumi to sakali paro. Durjane tarite tomar sakati ke ache papira aro. Tumi to sakali aro. Durjane tarite tomar sakati ke ache papira aro. He Gopinath, 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 He Gopinath. Tumi kripa parabara jivera charane ashiya prapanche lila koile subistara. Tumi kripa parabara ashiya prapanche lila koile suvistara. Tumi kripa parabhara jivera karane ashiya prapanche lila koile suvistara. Tumi kripa parabhara jivera karane ashiya prapanche lila koile suvistara. He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath, He Gopinath. Ami ki doshi doshi Ashura Sakala Pailo Charana Vinodhataki Loboshi Amiki Doshe Doshi Ashura Sakala Pailo Charana Vinodhataki Loboshi Amiki Doshe Doshi Ashura Sakala Pailo Charana Vinodhataki Loboshi Amiki Doshe Doshi Ashura Sakala Pailo Charana Vinodhataki Loboshi He Gopinath 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 O Gopinath, Lord of the Gopis, please hear my prayer. I am a wicked materialist, always addicted to worldly desires, and no good qualities do I possess. O Gopinath, you are my only hope, and so I have taken shelter at your lotus feet. I am now your eternal servant. O Gopinath, how will you purify me? I do not know what devotion is, and my materialistic mind is absorbed in fruitive work. I have fallen into this dark and perilous worldly existence. O Gopinath, everything here is your illusory energy. I have no strength or transcendental knowledge, and this body of mine is not independent, being controlled by material nature. O Gopinath, this sinner who is weeping and weeping begs an eternal place at your divine feet. Please give him your mercy. O Gopinath, you are able to do anything, and therefore you have the power to deliver all sinners. Who is there that is more of a sinner than myself? O Gopinath, you are the ocean of mercy. Having come into this phenomenal world, you expand your divine pastimes for the sake of the fallen souls. O Gopinath, I am so sinful that although all the demons you killed attained your lotus feet, Bhakti Vinod has remained in worldly existence. Bhakti Vinod Thakur ki jai, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki, Srila Bhakti Santa Saraswati Thakur ki.
Well, if you girls can clean the petals, I mean, and Avar will bring the car back over.
Okay.
Just you take all the petals and also about the Saraswati and these, and put everything downstairs, right?
Yeah, usually.
So we need to bring them back. But first we need to clean.
Pujari, I need to do something extra now. It's like this, or?
No, we're gonna put away everything.
He's gonna put Prabhupada back and then you can put the chapel.
Maybe, Anuradha, you can bring Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati down straight away from the altar.
And in the temple, Pujari room, right?
I think so. I don't know where exactly, but I know he's
Yeah,
somewhere down.
You know where he goes.
Yeah, there on the left side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Just on the side there.
Where is that?
Huh?
Where's that from?
I have to break it down. I bring it up and down every time.
Down where?
It's in the Gita room.
Oh, up.
Yeah. I just need to break it down.
Well, I can kind of.
Yeah, you can do that. Or maybe you help. Just carry. Carry this one? We can bring and take this one. Okay, good. Yeah. I'll take this one. It's okay, Anna?
Do you want me to help?
I can take it, but if you don't mind.